and he's joining remotely via Zoom. He'll be connected shortly. Councilmember Peterson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills,
Here.
Mayor Krupa.
Here.
We have 4 members present.
Okay, you'll let us know when Councilmember
Yes.
Lodge gets on. Alrighty. Do we have any registered speakers on this item?
Yes, we have 1 registered speaker for this item, and that's going to be Julie Paul, and you have 3 minutes.
Alrighty. Welcome, Julie. And that, if there's a little green light someplace on there.
It's lit up.
Okay.
And you can hear me? We're all good. I love the new logo, by the way. I'm going to use some of my 3 minutes to admire the new logo. I like it. I'm Julie Polly. Today I'm representing WMA, the Western Manufactured Community Housing Association. And I submitted a letter on behalf of the park owners supporting Rodney Setterstrom to fill the spot that's designated for a mobile home park owner on the commission. And just a reminder, I'm sure your city attorney will go through this too. You have 5 positions. One of them is supposed to be for a mobile home park owner. Another one is supposed to be for a mobile home homeowner. And then the other 3 are supposed to be at large.
Right.
And the ordinance has language about working with the associations. I just felt it necessary I should come up and voice our support. Our first preference would be to have an actual park owner serve, but we don't have one that lives in the city. So we've met several times and we've talked to Rodney and have a high comfort level that Rodney brings a high level of operation and finance skill set to the role, and he'll make a good representative. But he can't be here today. He had a medical procedure that he wasn't able to reschedule, so I just don't want you to think that that's an indication that he's not going to serve. He absolutely is happy to do that. My other concern was, well, that wasn't a concern. Then I had a concern on the staff report. Was a little confusing because it doesn't, and maybe the city clerk's office has more information than was on the public, or is on the public staff report, but there's several that are indicating as mobile home tenants that on their application don't indicate that they are mobile home tenants. Sienna, Pascal, and Frank. So it seems like the only other person that would qualify as a mobile home owner is Barbara Calabrese. So I'll let you all sort that. I just thought I would bring that to your attention, that was confusing to me. It might be confusing to other folks. That hopefully the other 3 are at large, don't have, that are truly at large. And so that provides a balanced presentation and hearing process for the homeowners and for the park owners, that they're free of ties to park operations on either side. So, but otherwise, I'm glad that this commission is up and at 'em. I will end with, you don't see it, but the fact that you have this commission does have a chilling effect on rents. I get calls from park owners all the time. Do you think this increase is going to get me in front of the commission? So we have a conversation about that. So it's good that you have it. I'm glad that you're popular.
There you go. Thank you, Julie. Okay. We move into the work study discussion, and could we have a staff report on item 5A?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll read briefly into the background of why we are bringing the Mobile Home Rent Review Commission appointments today. Ordinance number 772 established a rent review commission for mobile homes in the city of Hemet, and the purpose of the commission is to provide a forum for resolving disputes between mobile home park owners and tenants regarding rent increases, and to review and make recommendations to proposed rent increases. The ordinance sets out the membership and powers of the Rent Review Commission, including the appointment of commissioners, the conduct of hearings, and the issuance of decisions and recommendations. The ordinance also includes provisions on notice requirements for rent increases, the contents of rent increase notices, and procedures for requesting a rent review hearing before the commission. And the ordinance was attached to the staff report for reference. On February 6th of 2026, we did begin the marketing campaign to solicit applications through social media, newspaper notices, and public advertising. Through that recruitment process, we received a total of 13 applications. Of those 13 applications, 2 were confirmed not residents of the city of Hemet through the Registrar of Voters office, and then the rest were verified for candidacy qualifications. And For the requirements for the Mobile Home Rent Review
No,
Commission,
I got two
the
errors.
the commission shall consist of 5 members with the following membership parameters. 1 member shall be a mobile home park tenant. 1 member shall be a mobile home park owner, operator, or manager. And the 3rd, 4th, and 5th members shall be neither mobile home park tenants, owners, operators, nor managers, and shall be selected by the council from a list of applicants at large. Today,
Yeah,
we
but
bring
we've
forward
never
a
had
list of
this
11
issue.
qualified applicants, and we suggest that the council appoint recommendations to the commission in accordance to the ordinance.
Thank you very much. Okay, the way we have them listed in the staff report, the first person would be Rodney Setterstrom, but we have heard that he is not going to have, cannot be here this evening. So is Barbara Calabresi here?
And Barbara Calabresi has confirmed interest, but she will not be in attendance
She will
today.
not. Okay, Annette Frank?
And is Annette Frank available?
Annette Frank is here. Okay, Annette, I guess the first question is basically, tell us a little bit about yourself and why, what category you fall into and why you would like to be on the commission. Barbara, nope,
Annette Frank.
Annette. Sorry, we're having technical difficulties. Yes. And your time won't start. In fact, you don't have time for this because we're just going to talk. We're going to talk. There you go. Okay. All right. Everybody ready to listen to Annette? Okay. Tell us a little about yourself and why you want to be on the
Yeah, where the
on the
software is
commission.
for this? For this, yeah.
Is the green light on? There should be a button.
No button over here. Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
That was off.
First and foremost, my name is Annette Frank. I have been in Hemet for a year and 3 months. I am a mobile home tenant. I am interested in the mobile home rent review commission first and foremost because I believe that the mobile home tenants and homeowners should have a voice when they feel that they are disadvantaged in terms of rent increase. I'm always, to me, public service is a lifestyle. It's not something that I actually do between the hours of 8 and 5 p.m. I have always been a public servant. I have 30-plus years of public servant through Child Protection Services and Child Welfare. I'm a retired social worker, administrator, assistant regional administrator. Excuse me. I have worked, I have a doctorate in clinical counseling, a bachelor's in human services, and a master's in behavioral science. So I'm a behavioral science person. I think that I bring, as a citizen of Hemet, a high level of professional skill set, talents, and gifts that can be an asset to Hemet. I have worked with adults not only in terms of being disadvantaged or underserved, but I have also worked with families to advocate for them as well. I am, for a year, actually in 3.5 months, I have been attending the city council and commission meetings because I want to be an active member in the city. I am very proud of being part of Hemet, and I have actually enjoyed hearing the heartbeat. I feel that the city council is the heartbeat of the city. And so I want to be a part of a professional level review team that not only looks and considers, hears individuals that have maybe concerns about their rent and rent increase, but also I want to ensure that I am respectful of treating others as I would want to be treated as a mobile home tenant. And I believe that public service is the way to do it. I have not been in the city a long time, but I believe that I bring a fresh, renewed skill set to the city council in the city of Hemet. As far as experience I've had on committees, will you ask that question, or I'm just rambling on?
Just
Okay. As far as my education and experience, before I moved to Hemet, I was the at-large president for the Homeowners Association Board and Commission. I became involved in that because I always want to be involved in where I live. And so I represented the homeowners. I was a homeowners at-large president. And I believe I enjoyed that position because it gave me an opportunity to provide a forum for the homeowners to have a voice when they had concerns or any kind of conflict resolution that was needed. As I said, I have 30 years of child welfare experience, but I was also a middle manager for relative care providers. Most people don't know this, but 80 to 90% of relative care providers in the child protection that have children in their homes, they either live in mobile homes or they're on fixed incomes or they have their own home or they're renting homes. And so now they've taken on the care of children that they may not have thought they would actually be raising, but they often are using limited resources to do that. So I was part of the grievance review team commission that where they brought complaints about the department to the department and provided them, again, another avenue forum where they can express and make sure that their rights were heard and that they were able, by due process and due diligence from the committee, be able to resolve issues to better care for the children in their care. So that was part of also. I have sat on the Drug Endangered Task Force Commission during the period of crack cocaine, hyphen, and alcoholism. Statewide policy and procedure, I was also a part of that commission for the Department of Children and Family Services because I was a trainer. Just as the police academy, they had a social worker academy. So for 10 years, I was the child welfare trainer there that would train to policy and procedure. So it gave me an opportunity to be along with not only hearing the social workers' complaints, but also about the department, which was true, as well as being able to equip them as social workers. I was part of the statewide policy and procedure committee for wraparound services that are wraparound not only the families and the children that were in the child protection services, but I was also a middle manager for the home evaluations for relative care providers. I was also set on the inter-university consortium policy team that serviced UCLA, Cal State LA, Cal State Long Beach, and USC. I was the child welfare representative. So we had to go to Sacramento and represent the department. So I have numerous background in being able to sit on a board to review issues that come before the board, to do the thorough due diligence that's necessary to ensure that the policy and procedure is not violating the person's right, being able to also research, having a doctorate, being able to research information. And I am no stranger to Assembly bills, Senate bills review initiatives to be able to bring to the table, like I said, a very unique background. I was also a part of we call them unhoused, but the homeless project for Los Angeles County. I was one of the managers that was responsible for a liaison with the law enforcement, fire department, public health nurse representative, because there were a lot of children that were out on the streets along with their parents unhoused. So I was also part of that advocacy commission. So I appreciate the opportunity as a citizen of Hemet, not being here for long, for a year and 3 months, but being very excited to be a part, to be able to contribute to the city and be able to be on the mobile home review committee.
All right, thank you, Annette. Council members, do you have any additional questions for her?
I think
Turn yourself.
Have you had a chance to read ordinance number 772 of the city? of
Absolutely.
Hampton? Okay.
Yes. Yes, I
So you're
have.
familiar
Yes,
with it?
I am familiar, and there will never be a time that I do not read something to be able to speak to it. So absolutely, I read it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, you have a question, Connie?
Well, I just want to make a comment. I've had lunch with Annette. She's come to planning and city council meetings. Very, very interested in the community, and I will leave it to our attorney on whether I should vote for this position.
Do you know what,
Yes, you may
you know what
vote.
district you're in?
I'm in District 1,
District 1, okay.
yes.
Yeah, I don't think there's any conflict of interest there. Okay, thank you very much,
so
Annette.
much. Thank you very much.
All righty, so Giovanni Pascal?
And Mayor, before proceeding to the next applicant, I would like to note Councilmember Lodge has joined via Zoom.
Okay, welcome, Tom.
And with that request from Tom Lodge, we do have to read the just cause provisions and
All right.
director. So we do have a request from Councilmember Lodge to participate remotely under the just cause provisions under AB 2449. Councilmember Lodge is appearing remotely due to illness, which requires him to participate remotely today. We also have one other item we must read into record. Councilmember Lodge, can you disclose if there is anyone else in the room with you over the age of 18, and if so, your relationship to that person? Councilmember Lodge, can you hear us?
Okay, there is no one left in this room.
Thank you, Councilmember Lodge.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to find buttons.
You're good. And Chair, we will need a motion and a second to approve Councilmember Lodge's request to appear remotely.
I will make a motion that he can join us remotely.
Well, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please do roll call.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Councilmember Clark. And Councilmember Clark?
Yes. I was trying to
Councilmember
do
Peterson?
my voting over here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills?
Let me?
You-
I can't hear without these. Yes.
And Mayor Krupa?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Okay, and I will say, we have the ability up here to vote by machine, and the tabulation will come up, but since we have a remote participant, we have to do it orally, so that everybody can hear what is
I don't
happening.
believe I voiced my vote.
Sorry, I thought I heard yes.
You were yes. Did you say yes?
I made the motion, but I never said yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So I say yes.
That's why I was waiting for her.
Oh, I thought I heard it.
Okay,
Thank you, Jeff.
very good. Okay, since he did not hear, well, we're going on introductions. So Giovanni Pascal is not here.
Giovanni is not here today.
Okay, Arthur Sena or Senna? No. James Welker? Okay. I am great. How are you? Not, nope, there's no wrong side of this room. James Welker. So go ahead, introduce yourself, tell us all about why you're here and why you're qualified and why you want to be on Mobile Home Rent Review Commission.
All right, sounds good. So my name is, first of all, good afternoon. My name is James Welker. I've been in public service for 26 years with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. I currently hold the rank of Correctional Lieutenant, and I work at the Coysper Detention Center. And I just really wanted to start getting involved with the city because I've never had the chance to be able to. My career has always pulled me in different assignments, which required me to work days and nights. So I've never had the chance to really get involved in the city. I've lived here for 26 years. I grew my family here. I had 2 kids, my wife. We've owned multiple homes throughout the city, one in San Jacinto, and I currently live in McSweeney Farms. I feel like you guys can't hear me. Can you hear me? Okay. So I guess why I would qualify for this is I deal with critical incidents every day. I deal with people that sometimes struggle to get their narrative across, and they just need to be heard. And my job really is to hear that person and come up with a reasonable solution to their problem. My background within the Sheriff's Department is kind of vast. I started out in 2000, and I promoted to corporal and then sergeant, correctional lieutenant. I actually was part of the build out at the new facility out in John Benoit Detention Center out in Indio. I've worked the Smith Correctional Facility. I currently work at Coysburg Detention Center. I was the training manager for the Ben Clark Training Center. So I'm involved with teaching, like my friend here, quite often. And I'm currently working on my bachelor's program. I'm not finished. I hope to have that done by next April, and then continue on to my master's program. So really, congratulations to all of your education. That's really good. I was over there sitting a little embarrassed for a minute, I'm not gonna lie. So I really just wanna be involved, though. I think that's what it is. I'm coming up close to retirement. I got about 4 years left, and I really just wanna start pouring my heart into the city. And I feel that I can be part of this board because I'm able to listen, and I'm able to hear people's complaints and come up with a reasonable solution.
Very good. Any additional questions?
And Mayor Pro Tem Mills, just before you even ask, I have not read the whole thing yet, no.
My question was, how old are you, 25, and you're retiring in 4 years?
Yeah, everybody always gets me on this, so I don't know how much time I have, but I can tell a quick story. My older brother, he's 7 years older than me, and he said, hey, let's go take this test to be cops. And I was like, what? But being a supportive young brother, I said, sure, let's go do this. So we walked into the old training center off Castellano Road down there, back when we looked at things on a projector and we did a bubble form, and right? Yeah, and then we, unfortunately, he didn't pass. I passed. I was 18 years old, working at a plastic factory at the time, and I think I was making like, $7-8 an hour. And I said, hey, how much do these guys make? And he's like, well, you get $10.25 an hour. And I was like, hey, that's a raise, right? So let's go. I got to start a life somewhere. So I jumped in there at 18 years old, went through the academy at 18, and now I'm 44 now, going to be 45 here in September. So I'm getting real close to retirement.
Oh, yeah.
Kids are 23 and 21. It's just the wife and I. She currently just started a job over there at Winco. She's working her way up the ranks, super proud of her. So, yeah, I hope I answered your question.
My oldest son is 4 years older than you.
That's okay. I'm not going to call myself old, but I'm going to call myself old here for a second. You're getting to that point where you go talk to some of the recruits, or you talk to some of your staff that work for you, and they could be your son or daughter.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, but that's okay, right? There's a new generation that has to come up behind us, and that's what we have to prepare.
That's what it is. So,
Yeah.
any other questions for Mr. Welker? No. Thank you so very much.
Thank you guys for your time.
You can pick up your copy of ordinance 772 at the end over here.
I have it on the internet, sir. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Kayla Kane. Okay, come on up, Kayla. And you probably are hearing the process. Tell us who you are, why you are, and everything else, and what you are.
Hi, I'm Kayla Kane. I live in District 1, and I'm here because I applied to be an at-large member. Previously, I've sat on the Hemet Measure U Commission, which was a really cool experience. I'm here because I have more free time now, and I just started my own business, and I'm looking to volunteer more of my time with the city. I love this city. After we moved here in 2020, it has been amazing. I love being here. I love the community that this city has, and I'm just hoping to volunteer my time to continue making the city great. Plain and simple.
Very good. Any additional questions? Come on, Joe, you got to ask her.
Have you read ordinance 772?
Yes, I did. I read the entire staff report that was emailed to us.
What's the cost if you want to? No, I'm just kidding.
What years were you on the Measure U committee?
I want to say that was 2022 to 24 or early 25.
Okay.
I don't recall off the top of my head exactly.
Okay, and how many times did you meet during that time?
4.
Okay,
We had 4 meetings. It was 2 meetings a year.
that's what I thought, yeah. Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, anything else for her? Okay, thank you very much, Kayla. Moving on, Oliver Emerson. Hey, we're on a roll. Welcome, and tell us all about yourself.
Welcome. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. I want to say thank you for YouTube both. I didn't know what I was going to say. This is my first time sitting on a board, so I want to give transparency. A little background on myself. My name is Oliver Emerson, soon to be Dr. Oliver Emerson. Thank you. As I'm pursuing policy planning and development into a dissertation. I grew up in Rockford, Illinois. My father and I have ran a real estate development firm for 24 years. During COVID, my father suffered 3 heart attacks, and my brother and I are now going to retire my brother. I am a servant. Grew up in the church. My parents, we lost a younger brother. My brother and I lost a younger brother in 2011. And from there, my brother and I have dedicated our life to serving. Real estate has been my life for the last 24 years, and I decided to go into substitute teaching. My wife is a teacher at Harmony, and we're in the process of wrapping up a development in Illinois. I moved to California, and I wouldn't say I was bored, but I was finding things to do. So my wife said, you should get into education. I said, no one wants to hear me talk, right? Long story short, I took a position at Dartmouth Middle School 2 years ago. And I fell in love with the community. I am here because of my love for the students. I must brag, I took the young men into an undefeated season in basketball, and we won the championship, and we were down by 13 at the half, and thank you. If you guys cannot tell, I grew up in Chicago. Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, the Bulls, all those things come to my mind, but I fell in love with the young students early. I do work in special education. I'm 41 years old, and to hear the 12 and 13-year-olds talk about their parents and their challenges, and I look back at the way I grew up, and I say, I get it. I understand it. I have a student by the name of Jose Garcia, which I'm just crazy about this young man. He reminds me a lot of myself. When I was young, I had a lot of anger built up, and I didn't know how to channel it. And he's one of my special education students. And to get the information on his background and his home condition, and I'm, again, a real estate developer. I've spent so much time in real estate development and being a landlord, building homes, understanding affordability. We were doing affordable homes before it was cool, before it was a buzzword. So we have firsthand experience of watching what housing looks like and how much it impacts a student's learning. We also understand very much so about medical deserts and food deserts, access to food, or certain areas of their home that has high contents of sugar and what it does to students that have ADHD. I say all of that to say is that my passion is in real estate. I am applying at large. I want to serve. I'm looking to serve. Having firsthand experience with the youth, I think that my voice can carry a lot further. This is one of the many boards that I plan to apply for over the next 20, 30 years. I'm so thankful for you all having me here. If you guys could not tell, I'm a little nervous at the moment. Didn't know I was going to be speaking, but I am very, very pleased to be here and also to meet the other. Hopefully they'll be on the board with us as well. I think we have some great individuals that are applying as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Oliver?
772. No.
I received it on Friday, and I am reviewing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Mary Hill? Not here. Rebecca Johnston? Hello, Rebecca.
So, good afternoon. To start off with myself, I am Rebecca Johnston. I served in the Marine Corps for 8 years.
Hoorah.
I saw the pen over there, so I wanted to introduce that. I did 8 years in the Marine Corps, as well as I worked, prior jobs in the community outside of San Diego. I'm currently going to school for my general education and proceeding forward with law, which would be more of a civil side of things, between civil or criminal. I'm also a big involvement with the community by going through the Hemet Police Department Community Academy, the Citizens Academy. So I'm able to see on a different perspective of, just individuals that are just every day going to work, going to school, to the ones that are involved in, the high risks, things like that, and actually getting to know my community. For example, the ones that are not thanked enough. That being said, going forward, I am a resident. I'm not a mobile home owner, but I am a resident and an HOA representative for the Terra Linda Village here in Hemet, California. I was nominated firsthand my first time here. I have only been here for about maybe 6 months. I will be here in a full year as of August, but that did not stop the community to see my potential, and I hope that is not something that is hindering my potential to be part of this community, because I can bring a lot to the table. For example, I've worked in the Marine Corps as an equal opportunities representative for male and female, and of course with today's society, we have our differences in communications. So I've been there to be open with everybody with that full transparency as well. That being said, things that I had to deal with in my past was being part of female engagement teams, so high conflict, or things that are not necessarily like high conflict, but things that are immensely concerning for people. For example, when I was growing up, I grew up in a military family as well. I moved from place to place. We never owned, we never really did anything in that respect. So we rented, and I know this community is a retiree community, as well as there are a lot of Marine Corps, Naval, DOD retirees here, so there is that potential risk of, hey, the VA could be a detrimental thing, or retirees are at risk for, inflations and things like that. So it does deal with a situation where we have to come together to understand our community better. And hopefully with that knowledge that I have had with the VA, the military, and, just being a, public server just through volunteering with the Red Cross, I would really hope that this would be something that would be brought forward for my knowledge and help mitigate any issues or conflicts within the community, not just with our retirees, but with our future generations that may stay in the community for however long they graduate, from graduation all the way up to if they want to build a family here, or if they do want to retire out here. It's a big community, it's growing, and it is crucial that we do have something that is in plan for us, especially as a community that is growing. So that's a little bit about that. Again, I am an HOA representative. That is a 2-year term for my HOA, so I'm very grateful to be a part of that. My big goal is to help build the community as well, and help you guys hopefully mitigate any further issues with, the inflation and, how life is getting pretty expensive nowadays. And hopefully being forward with the community here and being on the board, I do hope that there is that opportunity to be on that board with very potential, very high qualified clients as well. So as you can see, I'm a little nervous, so I apologize for stuttering a little bit, but things that I do see that are really good. The reason why I moved to Hemet was because I am a mom of one. Full transparency, I'm a single mom. I am going to school and I'm also working. So I'm very big involved with the community, and I'm okay with announcing that I am a single parent, but I'm also here to show that just because you are a single parent and, you've gone through the rent, you've gone through the struggles, you've gone through, the systems of things, like as she's, has stated before, there's a lot of struggle, there's experience. And I would like to be able to have that opportunity because I've had that experience. I've grown up with just renting. I've grown up with just, fighting for rent increases or, things of that nature, to have those difficulties on top of being in the military, on top of trying to make sure that things are paid. Because not everybody has that, I'm not saying luxury, but not everybody has that full opportunity to have an easy life or have that, given to them. Some people have to, in fact, earn that. Just like in the Marine Corps, we earned our title, we earned our place. So I really would hope that if the council does see fit, that I earn my place within the community. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
772?
I do have it right here.
She's got it.
Hurrah.
Always unprepared.
All righty, thank you, Rebecca. Okay, let me go back down here because I just lost my screen. Okay, Terry Larned.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Looks nice. My name is Terry Larned, and I've been in the Valley here since 2010. And I'm a returning member from the previous commission. I was on that commission also. And we met a total of 0 times. So evidently we, like she pointed out, maybe it's a fear factor that they don't want to go in front of the commission. And maybe that's what's kept people from going into the commission, because they want to make sure they don't have all their facts, have to have their facts right. I'm retired real estate. I got my real estate license back in 1981, long time ago. And before that, I was also insurance licensed. I'm a retired real estate broker. I've managed real estate offices, including a Century 21 in Huntington Beach. I've worked with investment properties, so I worked with the owners. And on the other side, I worked with the my clients who wanted to buy into a mobile home. So I'm familiar with both sides, and especially when you're going to buy investment properties, you have to know what you're getting into, and so we have to get all the facts out so they have an idea of what kind of rents that they should propose. And they always say, oh, I want to raise the rents. Well, let's see what we got here and see if we can do it legally, because you just can't raise it willy-nilly. So I try to keep everybody within the law. And I've heard both sides, and I've managed both sides of the equation. Back here to the Valley, I've been here in the Valley since 2010, like I said. I've been attending city council meetings since about 2016. I know almost everybody up here on the panel in the city council. And I do a lot of volunteering. Right now I'm a docent over at the museum. So, and that's, 1 day a week, but it's interesting to know the history of this town. If you come on a tour with me at the museum, it's about an hour, because I'll go through and I'll tell you tales and stories all the way through the whole museum. And they always say, wow, I didn't know that, but we have a lot of history in this town. And I try to get both sides of our growth and through the years. Let me see, we're back. I am a homeowner. Now, I rented for quite a while here in town before we bought the house. So now I live on a street, actually it's on the same street that Connie lives on. So like I say, I've known everybody here on the city council for a long time. I'm a returning member from the previous commission, and I was always amazed that we never had one meeting. Nobody ever came up and said, okay, we're going to have a commission meeting. So I have a feeling that it's going to go along the same lines. We may not have a lot of meetings coming up in the next term, but just the same, we are there, we are available, and we need to have our ducks in a row. So any questions?
Are you also a veteran, Mr. Landon?
Yes, Mr. Sales. United States Navy, Hospital Corps.
Okay.
In fact, I was at the breakfast this morning at the Post.
Oh, good.
I didn't see you there.
No, I wasn't.
All right.
Okay, no further questions?
Nope.
Okey doke.
Thank you.
Then I will bring it back up here. And I do have a couple questions for legal. Okay, so we need one member that is a mobile home park tenant, one that is representing mobile home park owner, And the third, fourth, and fifth members have to be at large, but have to be, everybody has to be a full-time resident of the city of Hemet, but it doesn't say for any length of time.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So I have a question for Rebecca, because I'm trying to find where you can go back up there so we can record all of this. Where did you say you live?
I live in the the association in the Terra Linda Village. I could be getting this wrong. It's here in Hemet. I do have verification and stuff like that if it is in that.
Just give me an address for a street.
Off of Johnston Street, where the Mary Park is.
Mary Henley Park.
Mary Henley Park. Yes,
That's the one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I called it up
Sorry.
and I got the one out in Val Vista, and I'm going, wait a minute, nope.
We finally put signs, and we're finally like redoing a lot of things. For example, we're doing a lot of re-roofing for a lot of the tenants anyways right now. So there's a lot of modifications that are coming into play for our community. So there's a lot of updating our paperwork and stuff like that as well.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that to make sure that you, all of you, are qualified
Yes, ma'am.
to be on. So,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you very much. Okay, so, how do we do this? I guess, well, let me go here first. We need the mobile home tenant, and we need the mobile home park owner. So we have one person who qualifies in that category, and that is Rodney Setterstrom, who is an incumbent, basically. He was appointed before. So can we do this just like this and say we've got one?
Yes, you could do that. Just make sure, as long as all the commission votes on it per each position. So we need one tenant seat, one owner, operator, manager seat, and 3 at-large seats.
Okay, all righty. So let's see, I'm going here. We have the mobile home park owner, basically, because Rodney's the only one that has been here. So
Right.
we can write that one down, and then we'll make our, go through there. And we have, okay, I'm just going to ask. Okay, mobile home tenants, raise your hand. If you're a tenant in a mobile home park, if you live in a mobile home park.
I believe there was only one that was
Okay.
qualified.
What's your rank, right?
Was present.
Okay.
There was 4 total mobile home park applicants, only one that was present for Annette Frank.
Okay, all righty. So then we need 3 others that live in the community in general. Yeah, okay. So write down your choice, your 3 choices. We have 4 people.
I got your name. What's your name, sir?
Oliver.
Oliver, okay.
We have Kayla. We have Oliver. We have Rebecca. And we have Terry.
James Welker.
And James.
And James.
Sorry, you were on my last page over here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4.
And Mayor, I did provide sheets that makes it easier.
I'm going on this, well, on the screen, but that's okay.
So Mayor, if I may, I believe we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at-large citizen
Okay.
applicants, and 1 tenant. These are for physically here, and 1 and Rodney, who is not here.
Okay. There you go. So what we could do is each person write down your 3 choices out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have five of you at large.
And what's your name?
We have Oliver,
Kayla.
James, Kayla, Larry, Terry, and Rebecca. Okay. So do you have a sheet? Oh, we should have given sheets of paper. Can you rip something off?
sheets in front of you here.
You do have.
You can use that if you want to just mark
Okay.
your ranking on there.
Oh, you do. I don't have one of those sheets.
Should we just circle them on here?
Sure.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Not that we're not prepared. But we're not prepared. Okay. Connie, do you have one of these?
Yes.
Okay. And how do we find out what Tom votes? Can you have a private conversation with him? How do you do that when they're online?
And then, Tom, would you be able to give us a verbal vote of your selection?
Nice, huh?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Tom.
Oh, okay. James Oliver. Um, um, and I forgot the other lady's name, who was in the Marine Corps.
Would that be for Rebecca Johnston?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, so I heard it was Kane, did you say first?
No, James,
James.
James. Oh, I'm so, oh,
our sheriff's officer.
oh, there we go. James Walker. There we go. Oh, okay. Walker. Okay. Walker and Johnston. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, no, thank you.
Now, she's going to tally the rest of our votes, and then we will have a slate. Too much stuff up here.
I know. That's how I was.
And just while we're waiting, I will give you a brief history of the 3 times the Mobile Home Rent Review Commission has actually met. And I was the chair of all 3 of those. So it was in 2008 and 2009. Has not met since then, but it is the responsibility of the tenants in the park to bring a petition. I can voice my personal opinion of the entire ordinance because I think it was voted on by the people. My personal opinion is it doesn't have enough teeth and it is too cumbersome for the tenants to come forward with any grievances that they do have. I will also tell you that all 3 of the grievances were not upheld by the commission back in 2008, 2009. Very good. They were presented well, but the commission did not have the authority to delve deeper into the whys of the pass-throughs that were coming in and the basis for the rent increases and the pass-through rent increases.
She's ready.
So,
And Mayor, we have that tally ready.
okie dokie, here we go.
Alrighty. So after the votes were casted, we have 5 total votes for James Walker, 4 total votes for Rebecca Johnston, 4 total votes for Oliver Emerson, and 2 votes for Kayla Kane for the
Okay,
at-large.
So the top 3. I missed the first count. You said 5 for
It
James.
was 5 votes for James Walker, 4 for Rebecca Johnston, 4 for Oliver Emerson, and 2 for Kayla Kane.
Okay.
Can you raise your hands if you were chosen? Okay.
Yes, EL.
Welker. Okay, so we've got you 3. We have Annette, who will be the tenant, and we have Rodney Setterstrom, who will be the park owner.
Okay.
And now I need a motion for those 5.
I
Oh, so There was
I
four.
go forward with the motion to continue with these 5 people.
Oh, so Kayla Kane raised her hand as well. We had 4 people who were in the nominations, so we would need to narrow it down to 3.
3, okay.
I thought we had the owner, and
We had the top 3.
that was just 4.
Okay, I'm confused. If we,
If we just tallied them, and
Yeah, so
aren't we going to go with the top 3?
read the response. We
Oh,
need,
so-
yes, we need the top 3, which would be at large.
Okay, it's my apologies. There we go.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going with the top 3. And do we have an emotion?
How about, Tom, did you do the motion?
Yes, I did,
Okay, I'll second it.
and it was a local motion.
Thank you. We
Okay,
have,
Gladys.
Thank you.
okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Large, second by Councilmember Clark for the following appointment selection. That would be for Rodney Sederstrom for the park owner operator manager position, Annette Frank for the mobile home park tenant applicant position, and then we have Kane, Welker, and Emerson, or I'm sorry, it was Emerson, Johnson, and Walker appointed for the at-large position. And we'll go ahead and roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills?
Yes.
Mayor Krupa?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0 to appoint the Mobile Home Rent Review Commission.
Okay.
And for the record, we anticipate scheduling a meeting very soon.
Yes, we do
Good.
have
And
something
so
in the
we'll be
queue,
reaching
so,
out to coordinate calendars.
yeah.
Yes. And at your first meeting, you will be sworn in, and then you will select your chair and your vice chair. And there will be a staff person to assist, and there will be legal counsel to assist. So congratulations to all of you. And, now we're going to, do we adjourn or recess to this next meeting?
Adjourn.
We could adjourn.
We adjourn. We are going to adjourn the work study.
Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations
Yeah.
to all of you.
Nice job, all of you. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, okay.
I had 3 different lists that I was on.
No, you're good. Thank you, I appreciate it. I've always wanted you to really run my district. I've never met you.
I know, you are in my district. That's good. Well, thank you for the work you do.
Very good. Very, very impressive.
I'm missing this one.
Thank you for.
No, because I have a meeting at that time. I have a full schedule. I saw you read his meeting the other night.
I'm just, yeah.
It was you, he put down the city council.
If you can bear with us just a few more minutes, we're getting used to being back in council chambers with all of this new technology, and we do have a council member who will be joining us virtually, so we've got to sync everybody up so that they can all get in on the same meeting. We'll start shortly. I will call good evening, everyone. I would like to call the April 14th, 2026 regular City Council meeting to order. Deputy City Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Before proceeding, I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted via live stream on the city's website and via Zoom teleconference. And I want to remind the council to keep their microphones on in position so the audience can hear. With that, we will proceed with roll call. Councilmember Clark.
Present.
Councilmember Lodge. Councilmember.
We go, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Males.
Here.
Mayor Krupa.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. The invocation tonight will be by Pastor Santos Gonzalez of Esperanza en el Val Iglesias, Hope in the Valley Church, after which Mayor Pro Tem Males will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
He will?
Yes, he will. Is the pastor here? Okay, I'm not seeing him. Ari, can you do that?
Ari can do that.
Very good. Over to the podium over there and make sure the green light is on. You turn his.
On the table. Right
There it is. Now it's on. Go for it.
Let us pray. Our Father and God in heaven, we thank you for this meeting tonight. Let something be said, something that be heard that will make a change and a difference in the community. Father, we thank you for the leaders of this community of Hemet right now. We ask for that you pour a blessing upon the families. In Jesus' name we pray. Thank God. Amen.
Amen.
Face our flag, please. Right hand on your heart.
Yeah. I mean, invocation right now.
Okay, we will move on to the city attorney's report from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. We only got to items 11A through 11C on the closed session. There's no reportable action out of those items. My understanding is that the council would like to go reconvene back into closed session at the end of open session on 11D. If there is any reportable action out of that, it'll be reported at the next regular meeting of the city council.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll move on to presentations. And we have a presentation tonight for Arbor Day, and Jackie Peterson will be presenting the proclamation for Arbor Day to President of the Green Coalition, Shaul Rosen-Roger.
All right. Proclamation for Arbor Day. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture the establishment of a day dedicated to the planting of trees. And this observance, known as Arbor Day, was first celebrated through the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And Arbor Day is now recognized and celebrated across the United States and throughout the world. And whereas trees play a vital role in sustaining the environment by reducing soil erosion, improving air quality, conserving energy, moderating temperatures, producing oxygen, and providing essential habitat for wildlife. Trees within our city enhance property values, strengthen the economic vitality of business districts, and contribute to the beauty and character of our community. Trees enrich our daily lives by offering shade, tranquility, and a sense of renewal for all who enjoy them. Now, therefore, Linda Krupa, Mayor of the City of Hemet, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day, and encourage all residents to celebrate this occasion by supporting efforts to preserve and protect our trees and woodlands, and by planting trees to promote the health, beauty, and sustainability of our community for generations to come. Presented April 14th, 2026, signed by the Mayor and the City Council.
Yes, thank you. Trees, you covered a lot of reasons why we should have more trees. And I would like to add that kids who walk to school in areas where there are trees end up with higher grades. I was surprised by that. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge that Hemet has a lot of big and beautiful trees. There are also trees that are not doing so well, but we don't really know because we're missing a tree inventory. I would like to use this opportunity as a challenge to the city to start a tree inventory. It can be a project that involves citizens' participation and opportunity for people to learn about the trees in their neighborhoods, keep track, learn about how to take care of them.
Great, super. You want a picture, Kathy? All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will now move into communications from the public. And at this time, we will take communications from items not listed on the agenda, but within jurisdictional matter. And we will address comments on agenda and consent calendar items when they are discussed. Do we have any speakers for non-agenda items?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have registered speakers. Our first speaker is going to be Angela Haslip-Harris, followed by Roy Fales. Angela, you have 3 minutes.
Can you see me? Okay. Good evening to our Honorable Mayor Krupa,
Mayor Pro Tem Mills, and the rest of our council members. Up here is myself, Angela. I am the historian for American Legion Post 53, followed by our commander, Ari Williams Jr., and then our Legionnaire, Terry Larnett. We're here to read some information regarding an upcoming community open forum and facility tour. Dear community leaders, business owners, members, and veterans, on behalf of the leadership of the American Legion Post 53, I extend my sincere appreciation for your continued support of our veterans and our shared commitment to strengthening our community. Your involvement plays a vital role in ensuring that we can continue to serve those who have sacrificed so much for our nation. As we look toward the future, Post 53 is taking intentional steps to expand our impact, and we recognize that meaningful progress happens through collaboration. With that spirit in mind, we are proud to invite you to participate in our community open forum and facility tour. Thursday, May 14th, 2026, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., refreshments provided. We are located at 124 North Ramona Street, Hemet, California. This gathering will bring together community leaders, business owners, community members, and veterans for an open and productive dialogue. Attendees will have the opportunity to tour our facility, discuss the needs of the American Legion, and explore ways we can collaborate to support community initiatives and our veterans, including those experiencing homelessness. Our goal is to build lasting partnerships that strengthen both our post and the greater community. We encourage your participation and welcome your voice in this important conversation. Please contact us at the post or via Facebook page to confirm your attendance. And also I'll put some flyers out as well with some more detailed information. Thank you for standing with us in service to our veterans and our nation. Respectfully, Ari Williams Jr., Commander, American Legion Post 53. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Roy Fales, followed by Bonnie Rice. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, esteemed colleagues. My name is Roy Michael. I live at the Lakes at Hemet West, 4.5 feet from my bedroom. They're building the Hemet Logistics West warehouse. Had an opportunity to meet with some of their people yesterday, and they tried to get all of us that live right on the fence and offer us all sorts of nice, sweet little things. If it goes through, we shall see. I contacted a PhD from UC Davis a few weeks back and explained I was a member of the press and I was writing a story about the environmental issue with changing from a field that has been, for 100 years, been farmed on and then has laid fallow for at least the last 11 years that I've been here. And I wanted to get an idea how much fumes are coming from that field now that are dangerous and the amount of fumes that are coming from that field once all the cars and trucks and the manufacturing and stuff that's going on there. I'd give you a number of the daily number of cars and trucks that are going to come and go in there. This is a daily number. I'm not going to tell you. I need you to look it up yourself because you won't believe the number I give you. It was astounding, and I had them re-verify it yesterday. So, and I said, I just really need like a percentage change. And the PhD that I talked to said, look, I don't want to be quoted on this by name, but I want to look into this because I've never done something like that. So they took it on themselves. Got a call back. The percentage change in harmful fumes that will be coming from that 60-acre field, which is exactly next door to a 55-plus community with people with all sorts of ailments. I have COPD. You can tell my voice is lower today. I'm in full form with it right now. And he said, it's going to change the amount of deadly fumes coming from that field by 6,300%. You hear me right. And he also said, because of the age of the people in there, he did an average of about 70, which is probably right. He said because of their poor immune systems that are getting worse and worse as they get older, within 5 years, you can expect a cancer cluster in your community. This is a PhD in environmental sciences. It would be unconscionable to allow them to build this project there. Please think of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our last registered speaker for non-agenda items is going to be Bonnie Rice. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Krupa, Mayor Pro Tem Males, and members of the City Council for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Bonnie Rice, and I am a program manager at REACH, Hemet's local Rape Crisis Center, Advocacy Center, and Trauma Recovery Center. We also provide ongoing therapy for victims of violent crime. Tonight I stand before you in the color blue because April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. In 1989, Bonnie Finney tied a blue ribbon on her car antenna to honor her grandson who died from abuse. This sparked the National Blue Ribbon Campaign. The color blue during Child Abuse Prevention Month continues to be a reminder of the physical bruises and scars sustained by abused children and the ongoing need to fight for their protection. Child abuse is reported in Riverside County at a rate higher than in California at large. Child abuse across California is reported at a rate of 43.5 instances per 1,000 children, while in Riverside County, the rate increases to 56.9 reports per 1,000 children. In California, 49% of all reports were attributed to general neglect, as opposed to 68% in Riverside County. The rate of substantiated cases of abuse in Riverside County is twice as high as in the state of California. REACH is committed to helping these children. Last fiscal year, REACH served 286 children and provided 1,569 individual therapy sessions. 155 of the children served were between the ages of 0 to 12 years old, representing 55% of the children served. 16% of the children were victims of child physical abuse, 3% of child pornography, 49% of child sexual abuse, 12% of sex trafficking, and 20% witnessed domestic violence. Today, REACH placed a display of blue pinwheels outside the Hemet Police Department. The pinwheels are used to symbolize a bright, happy, and carefree childhood that emphasize the proactive, community-wide effort to nurture children rather than just react to abuse. Tonight, we have for the members of the City Council a card with a pinwheel, tree lapel pin to remind us that every child matters, and we invite you to wear those pins. We also have provided to you a lapel pin for Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Sexual assault awareness is highlighted by the International Denim Day, which is the last Wednesday in April. This is in response to a 1998 Italian Supreme Court hearing that said that a woman wearing tight jeans implied consent because she must have removed those jeans for the person. We invite you to participate with us on Wednesday 29th as well to wear denim to recognize these survivors of sexual assault. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers?
And Mayor, that was our last registered speaker.
That was the last one. Okay, very good. Now we will move on to the public hearings. Deputy Clerk, would you please read the procedures for the public hearing?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council's procedures for public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented. The public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor of or in opposition to the item, followed by rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will be closed, and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public. The public will not have the opportunity to respond. Discussion will be brought back to the council for direction or action.
Thank you very much. Can we get a report on item 21A?
Oh, there we go. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jolene Ferris, Deputy Public Works Director, Assistant City Engineer, and this is a public hearing for the TUMF Ordinance update. This is consistent with the strategic plan items, quality of life, and partnership and collaboration. And the City of Hemet is a member agency of the Western Riverside Council of Governments, and WRCOG administers the TUMP program for member agencies. And the City of Hemet first adopted a TUMP ordinance in 2002, and last year in 2025, we adopted an update. And this update includes an automatic construction cost index adjustment. So this is a graph, should look familiar. I think this was shown last year as well, just showing the cost of roadway improvements from 2016 to 2024. And this is a map showing the TUMP network. And so some of the ordinance revisions, I won't read it all, but we are adding the ability to have a construction cost index adjustment, and that is to be brought forth on an annual basis. And this adjustment will be based upon the National Association of Realtors and Engineering News record that will have a cap of 5% of any annual adjustment. And this adjustment ensures that fee levels keep pace with the increased cost of roadway because they go up pretty much every year. The City Council also desires to provide an automatic inflationary adjustment to the TUMP to reflect changes in construction costs over time, and this would be without modifying the underlying nexus fee study. Also, some definitions were modified. The ones on the right or the left are the current definitions for multifamily and single family. The revised definitions you can see are much longer. And so with that, it is respectfully recommended that City Council introduce and read by title only the attached ordinance, amending and updating the city's TUMP ordinance and participation in the Western Riverside County Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee Program.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I will now open the public hearing. Do we have any registered speakers on this item?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers on this item.
Okay, having no speakers in favor or opposed, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Any questions or comments on this item? You're trying to figure out what button to push,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I speak?
Yes, you may.
So I'm the WRCOG main person, and I enjoy it tremendously. TUMP, first of all, we have a decline in developments, San Bernardino and Riverside, and it is probably due to several factors, which also include interest rates. So the relationship of these developments, these fees have to be collected so that we as a community can improve the regional transportation system. So this is just a formal, but it is very necessary. We have to have it, and it is very important to other cities and to our own livelihoods. So I just want the public and also us to know that there's a budget shortfall for WRCOG, and it is directly related to the developments and the construction costs increasing. So I support this.
All right.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Any other comments? Yes.
I do. I'm kind of on the fence on this, and I'm glad that you're part of WRCOG because maybe you can explain some questions that I have. First of all, when we raise fees in any category on building, homes, commercial property, the cost always gets thrown to the homeowner or to the person leasing a building. So if we raise the cost, we end up paying for it, or the people end up paying for it anyway. So to me, it's another tax. And I've gone through this over and over, and it says the city needs it, they need it. Then I asked our city manager when I had the meeting with him, have we received funds recently from TUMP fees on any projects out there? And the answer was, I think you said no, is that correct? Maybe it was like 2012 or something when we received anything. But my problem is that all these fees that we're raising in all these different categories with all these groups, it just raises cost to the consumer.
And I hear what you're saying, and I agree. It's a trickle-down effect that we cannot get around. Developers will determine whether or not they can build that development and make it pencil in with all these fees included. So if that fee, when it's getting penciled in, doesn't make that development viable, then we don't have the congestion, we don't have that development. We are landlocked here. So TUMF is kind of hard for us to be accessible to, but we've got sphere of influence out there out in the county, the citrus development that is, you know, we have to pass that along because they are going to impact us. So it's just a fact. I get the tax, I fully understand. But if the project doesn't pencil in, if that product is not going to be viable to purchase, it can't go. It has to be in the calculation of the development because they're going to bring more bodies and more cars and more congestion.
Right, but I can see if we were receiving some of these funds for our streets, which we aren't, then it would I would understand it better. But we're not receiving anything. When's the last time we received something?
Yeah, I can speak to that. We currently have 2 agreements with WRCOG right now for funding of Esplanade, widening that street between Warren Road and Sanderson, and we also have an agreement for $1 million currently for the design and widening of Warren Road between Esplanade and Dominagoni.
And last year, we got a good chunk of change for the 79 realignment.
We got 15 million.
You mean the realignment that hasn't?
It'll start. At least this is a start.
Nothing's
We've got-
happened in the last 20
That's
years?
just it.
We have
And
15 million now.
construction costs are going up.
Well, they're going up because we keep adding cost.
Yeah, but this.
No,
money
well,
we-
no.
yeah, the money we get from this pays for the infrastructure
Yes.
that the developers would not pay for if we didn't have it assessed.
Exactly.
So
It's just part of penciling in that
it's the
project.
developer.
Yeah.
I did want to point something out. I'd have to look into this further, but my recollection is that participation in TUMF is a requirement to receive Measure A funding.
It is.
Which is used for maintenance of city roads. And I think this
That
is,
I know, Measure A money, but what does TUMP have to do with Measure A money?
if we don't participate in TUMF, we don't receive Measure A money.
Right.
It's a requirement to participate in that program, is my understanding. And I believe that it was put in there for this exact reason, so that local government would be able to see it. So maybe that's something that you could get a report after the hearing on what additional projects have been funded through that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion to approve this item?
I'll do the motion to approve this item.
I will second it.
Okay, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Councilmember Peterson, I believe I heard. And we'll go ahead and do roll call vote. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Males?
I'll abstain until I get more information.
And Mayor Krupa?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-1 with Joe Males abstaining.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now move on to item 21B. And can we get a presentation on this item for public hearing?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. For your consideration tonight is the fiscal year 26-27 Annual Action Plan. The draft Annual Action Plan was made available for the required 30-day public review and comment period from March 15th through April 13th. The annual action plan outlines the city's needs, goals, and objectives for allocating Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG funds, to eligible activities for the 26-27 program year, which runs from July 1st through June 30th, 2027. The goals and objectives included in this plan were established in the city's 2025 through 2029 consolidated plan. As of today, no public comments have been received. I would also like to note that the funding amounts included in the staff report were estimates at the time of publication. Since then, the city has received its official allocation from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the final CDBG allocation for fiscal year 26-27 is $924,303. The original recommended funding amounts have been adjusted accordingly, with available funds distributed as evenly as possible among recipients while remaining within the HUD required funding caps. In order for the city to receive these funds, HUD requires that a public hearing be conducted and that the city adopt the annual action plan prior to its submission deadline of May 15th, 2026. Staff respectfully requests that the City Council conduct the public hearing, approve the 2026-27 annual action plan, and authorize city manager to execute all required certifications and submit the plan to HUD on or before May 15th, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers either for or against this item?
Mayor, we have one registered speaker. May I have a Nikisha High? And Nikisha, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Cooper, Mayor Miles, and the council member team. My name is Nikisha High, and I'm with High Expectation Development Corporation, and we are a nonprofit organization here in Hemet. We help homeless individuals, families, and to get off the streets and put them in a suitable living where they can become self-sufficient and have housing besides a motel room. So what we offer here in Hemet is homes that provide housing. We provide workforce solution, which that means we help them employ themselves, also job training. We help with them to be self-sufficient and on their own, to be in their own home. In this, we had, well, myself personally, I can tell you that I was homeless in 2007, and it's what inspired me to get people off the streets, because I learned that there was more to the homelessness than just not having a place to stay. And in this, it was trauma, it was things my kids had experienced that normally a child wouldn't experience that. So in our homes, we try to bring an overall picture where we can give them behavioral health and all the dynamics that come with establishing a person and bringing them back to the community. I'm really nervous. The community. And our big goal is to have families and children in a home where their children can feel comfortable and not know that they're homeless or not know that they're misplaced. It's like, I'm going to go stay over such and such house. And we have a great success story, and we have families that has been reunited, that has got jobs and that are staying together and that have got their own place. I thank you for your time today, and thank you. I just thank you and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nikisha. Okay, are there any other speakers?
Mayor, there are no more registered speakers.
Okay. I will now close the public hearing and bring it back to council for deliberations, questions, or comments.
Thank you, Keisha. Your place is very clean, very loving, very, except for the cat. dog poo in the back that Joe stepped in and then had to get in my car afterwards. But you really do a good job, and you've been there, you know what it looks like, and I think that's far better than any social worker, any education, anything can do. So kudos to you, and I'm glad you got it.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? Quit clapping.
I recommend that we accept the CDBG 2026-27 Annual Action Plan and approve the document and authorize the city manager to sign the certifications for submission before May 15th, 2026 on the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, otherwise known as HUD.
Thank you, Tom. Do we have a second?
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Clark. We'll do roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Males?
Yes.
Mayor Krupa?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Thank you very much. We will now move on to receive and file. Are there any questions from council regarding tonight's receive and file items?
I don't see anything that we need to pull at this moment.
The only thing I want to say is the local purchases that the city has again done. We don't need to pull that item.
Right.
But I do want to point it out that we are trying to do business local.
Any other comments? If not, we will
None.
receive and file that and move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council who would like to pull an item on this consent calendar? I will pull 23K because we have some speakers on that item. Anything else? Items 23A through 23K. You're good?
I'm good.
Okie dokie. Could I have, all right, a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 23K?
I recommend that we accept the calendar as written, except for 23K.
And is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Peterson to approve the consent calendar with pulling 23K separate for separate consideration. We'll do roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Males?
Yes.
Mayor Krupa?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0, and we'll move to 23K.
We will go to 23K, and could I have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. What we have before you is a resolution amending resolution number 4545, which are the rules of decorum that include the rules for public comment in the city of Hemet. As stated in the staff report, over the last year, I would say that we've had several robust public meetings. And one of the items that was brought up was the limited ability under the existing rules for the city to control the length of the hearing when we have those long and significant matters. We had several meetings where the city council was required to vote to go past 10 o'clock. It's standard time for ending the meeting. The city council in those instances elected to continue the meeting since there were so many members of the public who were present. Additionally, there were several instances where, because of the length of the meeting, by the time we were getting towards the end of public comment, there were members of the public who had been physically present who wished to speak, but they weren't able to speak because the public comment period had gone so long. Additionally, while I think that there was fantastic public comment on all sides of these issues. I think that anyone who was present would acknowledge that the comments did get repetitive after a certain amount of time. And so we did look into what is the legal standard that is applied. So under the Brown Act, the public absolutely has a right to comment on any item that is being discussed on the agenda, but that is not an unlimited right. It is subject to reasonable restrictions by the City Council. At the end of the day, this is a business meeting where business needs to be transacted in a reasonable manner. And so we did look at specifically Section 2D, 3D of Resolution 4545, and we provided a few recommended changes for consideration by the City Council. So the first one is that each person, the default rules that each person is recognized by the mayor and will be provided with a standard period of 3 minutes to share their remarks. That is unchanged from current practice. The second item is that in the event that there are 15 or more speakers, the mayor may adjust the individual time limits downward as necessary to ensure that each individual present has a fair opportunity to be heard within a reasonable time frame. For example, the mayor could reduce each individual time limit to 2 minutes per speaker. That is consistent with current practice under Resolution 4545 as well. Both the 2-minute time limit, which is an example that would be at the discretion of the mayor, subject to a decision of the council, but also the 15 or more speaker standard. So we kept both of those triggering thresholds where they were, but we reworded it to give a little bit more flexibility depending on the number of speakers that you have in front of you. Number 3, so that this is D-III, D3. This is a provision that you actually see in a lot of other public agencies. So in lieu of reducing the time limit per speaker, it would allow the mayor as a presiding officer, again, subject to the council's prerogative, to instead of limiting, or in addition to limiting the amount of time per speaker, to set a total time limit for public comment. So that would, for example, the mayor could set total comment on an item to 1 hour. We will hear 1 hour of public comment on this. That could be in the order that they are received. It could be alternating pro and con. It could be to ensure that you're getting a balanced view. But the idea would be to allow the city council to conduct the business of the people and have a decision made within a reasonable amount of time. The other item, this is 4, would be that testimony would be delivered individually. And speaking time is non-transferable. It may not be yielded, pooled, or shared with other members of the audience. This would be a change from current practice, but it would be consistent with the practice of other public agencies in Riverside County. And it is to ensure that you are receiving the individual input of those who wish to speak. I would say that there is also a very practical reason why this change may be appropriate. As we're moving towards the SB 707 deadline of July 1st, 2026, we're going to be required to allow for two-way audio-visual participation by members who are not physically present. And it would likely be impermissible to have one set of rules for the people who are here and one set of rules for the people who aren't. And so if we allow for pooled timing, you are potentially allowing for people who are not present to phone in, yield their time to someone to extend their time limit, and then simply fade away. So I think as it had currently been, where physical presence was required, obviously, you saw during the meetings, we called out to ensure that those individuals were physically present. Those folks had taken the time to come down here and to be present at the meeting. But with the changes that the state is imposing on the city under SB 707, it may be more practical to simply require that if you wish to speak, you may speak, but that's your time and no one else's. Happy to answer any questions. Those are the only changes that are being proposed at this time to the decorum rules. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Do we have speakers from public speakers on this?
Yes, Mayor. We have one registered speaker. We have Connie Conrado. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Okay. Connie Coronado, East Hemet, Sphere of Influence. In the preamble to the City Council protocols, it states city officials, this microphone's louder than the other one over there, and I talk loud, excuse me, are entrusted with the responsibility of continually earning the public's confidence through their actions and decisions. This is one of those decisions, and the perception of it is everything. I perceive with this resolution change that if one votes yes to it, they are voting yes to stifling the public from speaking out and addressing their concerns, especially, most importantly, on hot topic or very contentious agenda items, which deserve more of a public forum before it gets to the agenda, such as town halls or public workshops. According to current protocols and resolutions, the City Council is obligated to earn public confidence by operating with transparency, efficiency, and civility, ensuring residents have ample opportunity to be heard on community matters. Taking minutes away and not allowing the community to pool minutes to have the choice to be represented by a spokesperson on their behalf is stifling public comment. The staff report states to limit public comment to 2 minutes from the current 3. We all know that with the current 3 minutes, one can barely get a breath out while trying to get all their words out coherently, which I'm currently trying to do. The staff report states that pooling of minutes would no longer be allowed because you want to hear from individuals. Individuals are speaking out and asking to be represented through a spokesperson. They still fill out a card, are in attendance, in agreement with the spokesperson. That is their form of engagement and participation. Not everyone is comfortable being up in front and speaking from the microphone, but they feel engaged and when heard when their minutes are utilized by a chosen spokesperson. Have there been some late nights this last year? Yes, indeed. That's par for the course. That is what is expected from time to time, especially when there are controversial issues or decisions that impact the community as a whole. One should expect to hear from the community. City council meetings are not just for the staff and the council, it is for the community. For some, this is the only time and place their voices can be heard. In my opinion, limiting comments on hot topic agenda items to just an hour is 100% a form of censorship for those who want to speak and be represented. Up front, you're saying if you show up, you might not have your voice heard after the 1 hour mark. I perceive that this will erode public confidence within the city instead of fostering and ensuring that the community has ample opportunity to be heard on community matters. And while this may be permissible, it is make it right. Because the message it sends is that the public input is something to manage, not something to value. And that's exactly how public trust gets eroded. If your goal is to build confidence in the city, then the solution isn't to limit voices. It's to make and keep.
Continue. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment?
There are no more registered speakers.
Thank you very much. We'll bring that back to council for comments and motion.
I think Councilmember Peterson has.
I've heard this from a few people. We are not limiting you to 2 minutes now. It's 3 minutes, it's been 3 minutes, and we're going to keep 3 minutes unless it goes really, really long and it's very repetitive and the point has been given and it's just repetitive. So we are keeping it at 3 minutes unless the mayor decides to limit it to 2 after a lot of public comments. As far as pooling the minutes, the person up there can say, I have talked to my neighbors, my friends, whatever, and this many people agree with what I am going to say. That way, the same person doesn't have to keep repeating the same thing that the first 20 people have said. So that's just another way that you can say, I'm speaking for other people, and they agree with me or disagree with what the agenda item is. And that's what I'd like to say.
I would
Yes,
just,
I would.
Tom, go ahead.
My comment is and we've just gone through all the repetitive comments, and I understand everybody is entitled to an opinion, and God granted an opinion, but, if you drone on for 15 minutes beating the same dead horse, you're not making your point any better, I don't think. I think you start losing the interest of the people. So I think we do need to have the 3-minute limitation. On the pooling, that is something for us to decide down the road, but I would keep things at 3 minutes right now, personally.
We are going to be deciding both of them, Tom.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out my opinion,
Okay, all righty.
because I can do that.
Yes, you can. Anything from you?
No, I'm just going to make a
Okay,
motion.
I would just like to say that I have no problem with the 3-minute limit. I have been on that side of the dais for many years and had no problem consolidating my statement into 3 minutes. I will tell you that the best flowing work of art, is all I can consider it as work of art, was several years ago when there was a development that was proposed for Reinhardt Canyon, which is on the west side of town behind Four Seasons. And the citizens of Four Seasons, knowing they were going up to the county planning commission, set up, every one of their members had 3 minutes. They each had their topic. It flowed beautifully. They convinced the county planning commission to deny the project. That project was then appealed to the Board of Supervisors. I went to both of these meetings and everybody said, aren't you going to go up and speak because you're a council member in Hemet and you can do this? And I said, no, you're the citizens. It's in your backyard. It's not in the city. It's in our sphere of influence, but it's not in our city. You do what you do so well. And they went through the exact same situation at the Board of Supervisors. It went on for over 3 hours and nothing was ever repeated. It was fantastic. Every reason in the world to deny this project was put forward in 3 minutes, very succinctly, and the Board of Supervisors upheld the Planning Commission's denial. So 3 minutes works. Length of time, if you're in we have never cut off a meeting because of public comment, and I can't speak for anyone other than myself. I don't think I would either. So 3 minutes to me is enough to get your opinion across and then continue doing the work of the city. So what's your pleasure?
Mayor, can I say one thing?
Sure.
Excuse me. The First Amendment Coalition, which is our little watchdog for the First Amendment, having no limit has the potential for endless discussion, and we have seen that. During the court appeal, no Brown Act violation was found. Regular meetings need to be a completed and reasonable period to do business. We encourage uninhibited, robust, and wide-open debates. This is the balance for public to address council while allowing public entity to manage a meeting and complete it in an efficient manner. This makes the time important and the content neutral. The speaker can go ahead and use their own time. A tactical advice to give everyone: instead of banking time, it is way more efficient to coordinate so that each person speaks on a unique point. Rather than repeating the same message, it also helps with crowd control. You have 3 minutes, get to the point, and it doesn't become a speech, a time to be disrespectful, any of that. So a tactical advice would be go ahead, take your 3 minutes, and if you don't like speaking in public, please submit it in writing. I read every single one of them. There's your 3 minutes and your information. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion?
I move that the city council approve the proposed updates to the council policies as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Mills, second by Councilmember Peterson. We'll do roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mills?
Yes.
Mayor Krupa?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Moving on to discussion items, can we have a report from staff on discussion item 24A?
Yes, Mayor and Council. This item is the introduction and first reading of an ordinance that will be updating our short-term rental regulations. You'll recall that we introduced short-term rental regulations just last year, and the legislature did a very good thing this last year. They passed the Short-Term Rental Facilitator Act of 2025 that addressed an issue that cities have been having for quite a while in obtaining data from the short-term rental platforms for those businesses that are operating within their jurisdiction. But the act requires that the city affirmatively adopt its provisions via ordinance. So it's not self-executing. We have to make that adoption, but it gives us the ability to ensure that we are getting the same data for short-term rentals that we obtain from the hotels and motels that are operating within the city. So it allows us to know where are the short-term rentals operating, where are these businesses being occurring in the city, ensure that they therefore have the required local permits and licenses that are required under our code, and to ensure that they are paying the same transient occupancy taxes that our motels and hotels are paying every day in the city. The city manager keeps an eye on the short-term rental business ebbs and flows in our jurisdiction, as do I. You'd be surprised at the number that operate, and I think that a lot of friends and family of those who are visiting our jurisdiction use those. I think, in talking with the city manager, and again, doing a little bit of the back of the envelope math, there's probably in aggregate one hotel worth of short-term rentals operating in the city's jurisdiction. And so this would be an opportunity to ensure that those operators are complying with the law and that they are ensuring that their taxes are paid the same as the other businesses that are operating in the city. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, but like I said, this is mostly to facilitate the adoption of a new state law that went into effect.
I do have a question before I open it here. How do we know who is operating and who is not operating, and if they're not just doing it?
That's a fantastic question, Mayor. Before this state law went into effect, you frankly had to hire a third party that had access to certain data scraping tools. They would go onto Airbnb, they would go onto VRBO, and they would constantly look at the locations that are up for rent, what days they are available, what days they aren't available, assuming that the unavailable means that they are being rented, and looking at the amount that they are charging. And they would create all of this data that they would then sell to cities for our use in attempting to enforce our ordinances. Now, we get to cut out the middleman, and we get to go to the other middleman, which is Airbnb, and say, send us a list of the Airbnbs that are operating in our jurisdiction. We go to VRBO, send us the list of VRBO that are operating in our jurisdiction. Additionally, we can provide them with what our permit requirements are. So for example, we require that you list your permit number in your listing, right? And they can put it in their system so it automatically delists anyone who doesn't comply with the local ordinance. And so that's one way of making this all seamless and automatic. And so I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. So open it up for questions or comments from.
Mayor, I have just some brief information. I just decided to look at Airbnb for tonight, one platform. I tried to zero in roughly on the city's limits. There are 19 homes available tonight.
Yes.
Yep, and addresses to each one of them.
The Hemet Concert Association had our guest artist come from Philadelphia, and she spent Saturday and Sunday here. We said we would get her hotel room, and she said, no, I have rented an Airbnb for the 2 nights, and she rented a house, a home. not very far from here, which I thought was rather interesting. But do we have any public comment on this item?
There are no registered speakers.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the council?
Anybody?
I move to repeal and replace Article XVII, short-term lodging of Chapter 18 of the Hemet Municipal Code to update short-term rental regulations and invoke the Short-Term Rental Facilitator Act of 2025 and approve the first reading of the ordinance.
Is there a
I
second?
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please do a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Councilmember Clark. We'll do a roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Males?
Yes.
Mayor Krupa?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to 24B, can we have a staff report on 24B, please? Who's doing the staff report? There you go. Make sure that speaker is on.
There it is. Yeah.
Cool. All right, we got the green light. That's a good
There
thing.
you go. That's a good sign.
Hopefully we get the green light for the project too. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, staff, members of the public. My name is Eric Bunge, the analyst for the Public Works Department, and I'm joined tonight by Annalicia Escobar Gomez, with Community Works Design Group, who is our consultant for this project. We are here tonight to present the proposed reimagining of Weston Park, an effort that seeks to revitalize the historic public space in the heart of the city. Little history. Weston Park has deep roots dating back to a land donation back in 1921 and its dedication in 1930. So it's coming up on its centennial. We'll talk about that a little bit later as well. It's been a place of gathering. As you can see, we found, actually Ben found the still black and white from 1937 as a gathering place, and the palm trees were a little bit smaller back then, but it's grown up a lot since that time. And it's even rumored that Teddy Roosevelt spoke to the crowd from the bandstand that used to be there. It was featured in Chapter 7 of the Downtown Specific Plan update with a vision of a multi-generational park that includes amenities like an amphitheater, outdoor dining area, playground, botanical gardens, exercise equipment, game courts, passive open space, stock farm-inspired gate, and et cetera. In general, different areas and different attractions to attract different types of users, all similar to what we heard from the community again today, or to date. The park was identified as a priority in by the City Council as part of its FY 25-26 strategic plan, as well as a part of the city's broader downtown revitalization efforts. More specifically, it's Action 9 in the Place section of the 2024 Hemet Rises economic strategy. Currently, Weston Park offers basic and aging amenities such as a playground, indoor shuffleboard courts, 2 half basketball courts, a monument sign, a restroom, which are currently closed to the public, as well as some picnic tables removed to operational challenges and vandalism, a flagpole, and a large open turf area. Whilst these elements provide the park some functionality, it is not operating to its full potential. The park remains underutilized, and limiting activation of the space has unfortunately led to some undesirable activity over the recent years. However, its central location within the city presents a significant opportunity to reimagine the park, transforming it into a vibrant community hub once again. Community engagement. This was a robust, multi-channel effort, and we worked closely with the community throughout this process. The concept before you tonight was not shaped in isolation, but it was designed by them with them. Again, we took a multi-channel approach, and our outreach efforts included QR project signage in City Hall and the library, included in the city's newsletter twice. It has its own landing page. 3 interactive design sessions at public events were held, as well as a workshop with the Youth Council. And I want to note, we had some fun ideas come out of that workshop with the Youth Council. Yeah, you remember. So some of those was like a Godzilla statue. I don't know if that's the right place for that, but some Instagram-worthy stuff, maybe a fish pond, definitely Wi-Fi access, gives them a reason to stay. And also some other things. Ultimately, it mirrored what we heard from the community at large as well, with two caveats. Remind you this age group, right? But the dog park as well as the splash pad were being the least desirable activities amongst that age group. Just something to kind of keep in mind. An online survey, both in English and Spanish, which initially generated 420 responses, ensuring a diverse range of voices were heard. The main themes were being safety, shade, family amenities, recreation, gathering, a place for gathering and events, water play, art, and a place that is inclusive. Summarized, a safe and welcoming place to gather. We also had fun making a social media video, and there's going to be another one coming soon here too. So stay tuned for that. But again, we heard a lot of the same things mirrored from that. Top 5 being homeless issues, concerns, shade, garden flowers, recreation, water play, entertainment. Most of the things mirrored that. There's 2 caveats that we heard or at least were in the comments section. A place for youth football fields, which are limited to the public now, as well as a pump track, which I know there's potentially plans of that happening around the skate park or marrying it with the skate park, as well as maybe Gibble Park is a potential, the front of Gibble Park could be a potential use for youth football fields, but nothing to be determined, just throwing ideas out there and want to be transparent as we go. But definitely enthusiasm it's about time and making it safe again. It's important to hear what does the community want to see at the park, and we'd be happy to go into further specifics or details on any of those topics, but for now I want to pass it on to Annalicia to speak about our community engagement process.
Hi, thank you. We've had so much fun getting to know your community, members of City Council, Mayor Krupa, throughout the events that we've been able to host. And so we structured our community engagement process to enable you guys to apply for state park fundings. And so with that, we did structure the outreach so that there would be 4 in-person events along with stakeholder groups and the youth council would be the 5th. And so the first event was we attended the first phasing was to really find out what the community wanted to see, and that was structured with a QR code survey, and that was passed out and then introduced at the Hemet concert series. We also attended Rodale. You'll see some familiar faces in our outreach, and so this one, once we had a good understanding of what amenities the community was hoping to see out of the park, because we want a usable space and we want it to reflect what the community's current needs are. From there, we set a prioritization of those amenities, and so the next survey kind of focused on what those main priorities would be, and splash pad, safety, shade, those were all things that were very important. We also attended the library's Chalktoberfest, where kids were able to design their own park. Again, this is all information that was included in your packets with the community engagement summary. These are things that all will help bolster your guys' application for funding. So the results from the community feedback, you can kind of see here that again, the safety and visibility was in high demand, shade and comfort, and then including some active recreation and new playground equipment, as well as a full court basketball court, which would be the first in the city. So based on the feedback that we got from those initial community engagements, we developed 3 different concepts so that the community had a wide variety to choose from, and that we could really par down what was wanted. So the first iteration kept the shuffleboard building and focused on a more radial design, but didn't include necessarily some of the other elements like the splash pad that were in high demand. The second concept was more organic and included on-site parking, which was then we redeveloped into having off-site parking and doing one-way streets on Thompson and Taylor, which will let people park at the park. From these 3 concepts, we ended our community engagement series at the Christmas parade, where you guys had over 10,000 people, and we got to see how the space is used during active events. And so you can see that option 3 was the winner by a landslide. And then part of the final design that we developed was incorporating, based on feedback at the Planning Commission and the members of the Shuffleboard, we're reincorporating the Shuffleboard. You'll see the Howard Rose Garden at the front. That was actually one of Mayor Krupa's ideas and our SWOT analysis meetings. And so this final design includes the splash pad, which is now branded with the new branding, and a lot of opportunities to develop economic revitalization for the downtown area and really create a sustainable, usable space for the community, including having opportunities for food trucks. We included accessible playgrounds, a ninja course, and new pickleball courts to try out, as well as a central multi-use amphitheater space and public space. And so, and including the flagpole at the front. So it becomes a civic plaza and really a platform for this new revitalization of culminating with the city branding. And I think it will be a phenomenal sell to state funding, that it also, construction could coincide, groundbreaking, or could coincide with the centennial for the park. And so we designed, this final design, we designed it with that $8.5 million awarding. We're pre-planning that will be awarded to you guys. And so we designed it all so that it would cover everything that we included. And we feel like it really, based on being able to attend multiple events for you guys, really incorporates all of the things that the community wanted. And as well as we included demonstration gardens along the side that coincide with turf reduction, creating pockets of places for demonstrations for residents to potentially use to do their own turf reduction projects as well. So it incorporates a lot of different things. It ties into the history of the park space and really just revitalizes it altogether.
All right, so as you can see, we have a lot of different amenities and features, and instead of kind of going through the presentation, there's a couple decision points that we'll kind of talk about as we go through this as well, this being one of them. To date, we really haven't talked about or presented council, one, what the amphitheater is going to look like, but two, what sort of look, feel, all that sort of fun stuff that we want to be able to incorporate. One thing that wasn't mentioned as well, part of the design and layout, actually here I can go back one too, part of the design and layout, kind of that little figure 8 is about a quarter-mile walking loop and has exercise equipment kind of placed alongside that too. So people can also use that as a feature of the park too if they want to do laps or whatever that looks like for around the parks, a mile, all that good stuff. So something to consider as well as we're being mindful with the design. So again, this would kind of be an interesting decision point. So right now there is one palm tree. So we have the circle in the middle of the park and there's one palm tree that was either taken out, missing, you know, whatever that may look like back in the dawn, you know, back a few years ago or however long ago that was. There's a few options. One, we can plant a new tree. So a standard tree is about 15 feet. Those out there are anywhere from 30 to 40. So you would have kind of in your right-hand side of the photo there, you would have short with tall. You can have the new with the old. We can brand it a little bit off that. Or, you know, do we want symmetrical? It is mirroring a stage and a focal point of the, you know, kind of the center of the park, of the heart of the park as well, especially people sitting that way, facing that way as another design, or seasonal trees that change colors or something along those lines. So again, I'll take a pause there. I know it's a little different. There'll be some back and forth and dialogue as we go through this, but this is kind of one of those decision points, and I think it's easier just to talk about it now versus coming back to it and circling back. So if anybody has any ideas, comments, questions, all that fun stuff.
Plant the palm tree.
Big or small?
Big.
Well, I know they're part of our
It'll
logo now
grow.
too, so we kind of have to, right? But so, yeah, big ones can be a little expensive. There's also thoughts of it's about $20 to $25K to relocate one if we have an extra one in the city. As a thought, brand new trees could be anywhere that are about 30 feet, can be anywhere from 40K plus, right? So they're treated on an extra long bed, and you have to have highway patrol special, you know, you have to have special traveling permits and all that fun stuff once
So
they go over a certain.
If we got a short one or a young one, how long would it take to grow to the same height as these others?
A lot of years. I don't have that. I can ask our park supervisor tomorrow, but I'm going to guess at least 20, probably 10 to 20, somewhere in there.
We do-
Some of those, the black and whites, so they were about that tall in 1937. Now they're 30 feet 100 years later. So, you know, that's kind of some math to think
I'm
about.
not going to be around.
Unless Noah's got you got a guess?
My understanding was they grow 2 feet a year.
So 2 feet a year. So if we're at 15 feet, 30 feet, so at least 7 years.
Yeah, at least.
At least. So
So,
city attorney just had an interesting idea, since it's in that quadrant where the tree is missing, right? If you cut down the one that's in there and then planted 2 shorter ones, we'd have the big ones here and 2 babies over here that could grow at the same time.
Which could work as well.
Which
Yeah,
could work as
we were
well.
kind of on the lines with the cemetery, but we wanted to throw that out to the public, you guys, to kind of make that call or decision.
yeah, that's a good decision.
Plus, it saves a little bit. Plus, you still have that kind of branding with the new and the old, and the history with the New Horizon that this park's going to be undertaking as well.
It was also brought up in a conversation we had that instead of a permanently affixed amphitheater, that we just leave that kind of flat and purchase a mobile stage that we could take and set up when we want to close other streets for different events, and it would serve 2 purposes.
That would definitely be a cost savings effort.
I was
It
just
wouldn't
going
be
to
a-
say that.
Yeah.
No, now would that go in with the, could we integrate that with concerts in the park, that trailer?
Sure.
I mean, I think we'd save a lot of money in the long run. But I don't know.
And one of the features of the park too, I'll kind of go back one slide as we go. The walkways are wide enough to where it allows vehicle entry. So
Vehicles
food
come in,
trucks,
food
if we want to move the food truck festival there, we can. Vendors that set up with easy ups, all that fun stuff, Christmas parade, all that would be easy to accommodate. So a wheel in, wheel out stage could also be accommodated kind of on those middle roads as well, just as a consideration point if we're looking to go that route. Plus the
That's
cost
a good idea.
So in that space in there, could we then have tables and shade structures or things like that, maybe that are also mobile?
Potentially, yeah. If that,
Because it would be nice to have a gathering place that if there was a food truck festival in there, that we could have tables and shade structures for the people.
there is a shade structure that's just to the, we'll say the west of this, in between the 2
Right.
playground features. That's more so for people to gather throughout the day as their kids or families are taking on those extra amenities, but that space could also be utilized for events and different things as well.
Okay.
So this might be a moot point now to determine, hey, what sort of stage look do we want to go with? But yeah, we'll explore the mobile option as well. That makes, yeah. All right. Any final thoughts? I'll continue if not.
I think the 2 shorter trees and the 2 taller ones, that sounds pretty good, city attorney.
Since city attorneys hate trees, right?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, and maintaining the shuffleboard court there and putting plans in to possibly give it a refresh.
Which is
We
coming
definitely
out.
heard from the shuffleboard community, and it was good.
Yeah, I guess it's the one after this. It's coming up next to that point.
Okay.
So this is the kind of just to the left there is the shade structure with picnic tables underneath it that I was talking about earlier that could be utilized for events and all those different aspects as well. One interesting idea, kind of from a decision point on a playground area, the Planning Commission thought that we were talking about different themes, like we could just make it general, like a pirate ship or a fire truck or whatever that may look like. Knowing the history and the agriculture that used to be there, a farm theme or agriculture theme was thrown out, as well as it could kind of pay a little bit of homage to the stock farm as well. So that's why you see kind of a couple cows and different things, but kind of going on the next slide, all the way to the right, is kind of what that would look like with the different tractor play elements, all that good stuff. So, are we in the right thinking? I guess that's a question for council of, hey, does farm theme, agriculture theme make sense? We have a unique opportunity to theme this one, which is going to be fun. We just want to make sure we get it right.
I like that idea.
I like the farm idea.
Since Jackie and I both grew up on farms, this is good.
Yeah, and it's part of our history.
It is.
Right.
So,
And that's kind of part of the intentional design too. We wanted to be able to pay homage to that history that has been there, as well as kind of make it our own as we're reimagining this process as we're moving forward too. One other consideration that's interesting as well is in inclusive options. There's a lot of different features that can bring people in wheelchairs, autistic, whatever that may look like, to the park to allow them to enjoy it as well, that some of our other parks don't have currently. More specifically, one is larger, wider ramps for wheelchair access. So that would be something that we could include here as well. There used to be a merry-go-round at Weston Park, so we thought some sort of spinning device would be a lot of fun to kind of be able to tie that in as well. Definitely not a merry-go-round, because, yeah, we heard some fun stories after the Planning Commission on that one, but.
Yeah, if it was there today, we would get sued by everybody in town because it was such a safety hazard. But it was so much fun.
It was so much fun, though, and you could see your friends get sick.
Yeah, so something a little more inclusive or a little less spinning fast or not injury prone, we'll call it, would be kind of something on that top left photo of a spinning top. They also make platforms that swing back and forth, as well as there's continuous 360 loop slides. It's interesting, so Playcore did a lot of research on different options and everything. We can kind of consulted them, and they have a national designation for certain parts that meet certain requirements, so we could kind of be on the map for that as well. Just something moving forward. Those are definitely ideas that we're trying to incorporate into this park to make it an inclusive place for everybody. And then some Ninja Play features. You know, those are different local options, but the top left is one Paris just put in too, just so, you know, if we want to put in something that lights up at night, it'd be kind of cool as well. But just some different options of features that we're looking to incorporate into the park, just to provide some visuals. So, shuffleboard building, what is it going to look like, right? So, we were kind of inspired. So, there's a couple different routes you can go. One's a wrap, one's doing a mural on the board, or Chaparral. We were kind of inspired. If anybody's driven by their new gymnasium that they just put in, it's a huge metal art piece that's perforated metal that lights up from the back and shows the logo, or it kind of has a negative that shows the logo coming through. Yeah. So kind of that, we'll start with the bigger photo. That's kind of what it looked like in the daytime. Lit up at nighttime, the bottom photos is kind of what that would look like. One, we could do new colors. We can also theme it. They say it's Christmas time. It could be red and green. Another option is that middle bottom one where it's just literally metal that protrudes off the building that's backlit as another option as well. But that's, and or one side could be that facing Florida. The other side facing Latham could be the mural as well. So to kind of pay a little bit up. To be able to incorporate art, because that's, you know, murals going throughout the city, especially in that downtown area, is something that we're trying to push, so that could be incorporated there as well. But that's kind of what we're thinking. One, to give the shuffleboard a little bit of facelift, but then two, to be able to actually utilize that to enhance that building, one, but then two, it actually use that as a showcase piece as well. And, you know, just kind of showcase our new branding as we're moving forward as well.
Yes, we need to have your horizon is here
So,
on the building.
okay.
To me, it sounds like we need another ad hoc meeting to finalize everything.
Might be a good idea.
Sounds good.
Because right now, we're just supposed to be approving
The
them to go ahead for the concept.
Yes, and then
So we have more things that we need to finalize, I think.
potentially, and that's some of the things that were discussion conversation items for tonight, but to provide our consultant more direction to be able to get finalized, you know, at least more finalized designs moving forward, so that way we can tackle grant funding. Splash pad would be another one, to your point, to some elements that we want to include. One, we incorporated the new logo in the center as a focal point. So different costs. This is the big one, right?
Yeah,
We
it
wanted a
is.
splash pad here, definitely. So Menifee has basically, if you can just imagine jets that shoot out of the ground, that's roughly $30,000 a year. They row from Memorial Day to Labor Day. That's their open season. Temecula has a little more intricate splash pads that have dumping, shooting apparatuses, all that fun stuff. That's about 80 grand annually to operate. So, you know, if we add, the more features you add, the more parts that could go bad, replaced, all that good stuff throughout the year that need to be tested. Either way, the cost to run that annually, this is something that the city would have to absorb going forward if this is something we want to incorporate. One, but then two, do we just want a simple one, or do we want something that at least has something? So kind of on the far right are some different options of, there's all sorts of different play features, but one of them is actually a palm tree with dumping buckets that are coconuts. So that's kind of on brand with our logo too. So just kind of want to throw that out there. Planning Commission also brought up potentially some long-term maintenance cost concerns with the splash pad, but they also brought up, hey, let's have something for the parents or passerbyers that are just going for events. Do we have a couple misting stations that are sprinkled on other side of it? You know, whatever that may look like as well. But definitely some cost considerations as we're going through this, and this is going to be a big one as we're moving forward, because now that's an annual cost that we would have to endure. Again, you know, construction is going to take some time, assuming we land the grant. we're still looking 2 to 4 years from now. But
So
Okay.
how much of this detail has to be in a grant application?
Features for sure. Definitely the population is going to serve, which we already have. The area that it's in is not going to move, right? But definitely the features and amenities. The whole theming around making this a multi-generational space. I think we have elements of each, whether some of this gets shifted around or whether we decide to have pouring buckets or not. That's not going to really impact it's going to impact the budget per se of the grant application, but it's not really going to impact our ability to apply if we haven't decided kind of the final look yet. But
So if we included the splash pad in the grant application, would we have to absolutely put it in if we found some reason not to?
yes, there might be an opportunity to modify the application, but usually when whatever you apply for and awarded for, you have to at least meet those obligations.
Okay, all righty.
Okay.
But that could be, and another option too is some of these could be phased over time or whatever that may look like. Or hey, later on, do we decide to want to build the amphitheater stage versus the mobile stage? Like those things can be kind of decided later on as well. But basically, kind of the landscaping layout of the park, the amenities, the bigger amenities, especially if we're looking for grant funding and being inclusive, would be more the playground, the pickleball, the shuffleboard court, the basketball court. One other feature of the basketball court, and Elisa mentioned, we don't have any full court basketball courts in our parks right now, and regionally, looking at San Jacinto, they don't need as well. Plus, all of our basketball courts are 10 feet, so that we have an additional half court that we could make it an 8 foot to make it more inclusive for wheelchair basketball, younger youth, whatever that may look like as well. So those storytelling narratives and those decisions are all going to support that as well.
Okay, so how much do we have to decide on right now?
Mayor, what I'd recommend is it is necessary to adopt the design concepts and advance this forward so that we can be prepared to compete for the funding. It does appear that we need to receive, it would be helpful tonight to receive some feedback on a couple of the amenities that have been presented. And then I would recommend that the ad hoc have a follow-up meeting and make a specific recommendation, and we can bring that back.
Okay.
And if it's helpful, grant timing is due in June, right? So we have a little bit of leeway and time to do that. That's why we wanted to make sure we brought it in April, just in case, because we knew there might be some discussion points. Some of that grant work could be done on the back end as we're moving forward towards the final design as well. And also our consultant has, some time to do some final, some final renderings for us as well. That'll take a little bit of time that we have to kind of build, backwards into that as well as we're applying.
We'll work through the ad hoc, the mayor and council member Peterson. And so at this time, it would be helpful to receive any council comments on what you saw tonight so that we can incorporate that and share that with the two council members who will return with a recommendation for adoption.
Okay. Do you have any comments? Okay. Tom, do you have any additional comments?
No, I don't at this time, but I do recommend that we go forward with the basic concept just to get the finance and the design going.
Yes, we will do that.
Yes.
Connie?
I don't have any input. I love it.
Okay, so outside of the cut down one tree, plant two?
And the mobile stage?
And the mobile stage?
And the mobile stage, yeah.
Yeah, the mobile stage seems pretty smart.
I think that's one of the best investments we could make.
And maybe poles or cement holes for shade cloth during the summer when it's not necessary.
Yeah, maybe down the road, yeah.
Yeah.
I have one statement to make. I'm looking at a picture here with about 20 palm trees at Weston Park, so we shouldn't have to be bringing palm trees in. We can just move some of the ones that are on the park already and put them where you want them.
Well, they're symmetrical, so they're in the little, they're a circle,
Yeah.
but there's one missing in the circle.
And there's one there, there's date palms, and then there's, I'm blanking on the other name, but it's a different type.
different
of
kinds.
They're not
Also
queen,
different type.
Queen, yeah,
something.
queen palm. So it's a different look, which
Yes.
is a palm tree in theory, but if we're looking for symmetrical or symmetry, that would, it wouldn't mirror.
Yeah, because everything else looks really, really good.
Yeah.
Looks great. So, okay,
I recommend that we go forward with staff's recommendation
with the changes we just said.
with the changes we just said, including the mobile amphitheater,
Okay.
or mobile stage, I'm sorry.
And then bring it back to the ad hoc for finalization on the rest of it. Okay.
Correct.
Great motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Oh, I should, do we have any public comment on this?
We do not have any registered speakers.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion by Councilmember Lodge, second by Councilmember Clark. We'll do roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Males?
Yes.
Mayor Krupa?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, and good job. Did a lot of outreach there.
Good guy. Okay.
Moving on to item 24C, can we please have a staff report? I'm going to figure out how to find it.
Oh, yeah.
We can hear you, Tom. Okay, I'm sorry, Jolene, go ahead.
All right. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. Jolene Ferris, Deputy Public Works Director, Assistant City Engineer, and this is a presentation for Track 33825 and 33825-1, condition of approval revision and agreement with Richmond American. And this is consistent with strategic plan item organizational effectiveness. And so this is a view of the planning areas as part of McSweeney. Track 33825 and 33825-1 is part of planning area 8 there in the central western portion of the site. And a little bit of history, the McSweeney Farms development started under ownership of SunCal, who went bankrupt back in 2008. It was then purchased by Raintree. And then Richmond American developed tracks 33825 and 33825-1, which they purchased from Raintree. And the Cactus Valley Channel and State Street Crossing were to be constructed as part of the Phase 2 development, which Phase 2 included the tracks 33825 and 33825-1. In 2016, City Council authorized the formation of a CFD that provided financing that would reimburse the developer for infrastructure, which included the Cactus Valley Channel and other improvements. In 2019, the city entered into a funding, construction, and acquisition agreement with the California State Communities Development Authority and McSweeney for the construction of the public improvements. And then the city entered into an agreement with Leonida Builders for the construction of a portion of the improvement, which included the Cactus Valley Channel and the crossings over McSweeney Parkway and State Street. Due to COVID-19, there were significant delays in construction, and it ultimately resulted in the termination of construction prior to the completion of the project with Leonida Builders. In 2022, the City Council approved an amendment to the funding, construction, and acquisition improvements, which transferred construction responsibility back to the master developer, or who is Raintree. And due to the channel construction not being completed, several homes are still in the Zone A floodplain. So here is a map with track 33825 and 33825-1 shown. Cactus Valley Channel runs along the easterly side and northerly side identified there. And then there's State Street, and you can see the blue area that goes into those track boundaries is the area still within the Zone A floodplain currently. So currently 16 lots from track 33825 and 5 lots from 33825-1 are located within the Zone A floodplain from the Cactus Valley Channel due to the State Street crossing not being constructed and essentially a channel acting as a basin right now. Richmond American currently has addendums to their sales contracts that they will provide 10 years of flood insurance, and after that time, the homeowners will be responsible for flood insurance if the LOMAR hasn't been approved, and that condition stays until the LOMAR is approved currently. or the existing condition of approval states that the builder shall provide flood insurance until the LOMAR is approved. And so Richmond would like to modify the condition of approval to require flood insurance for a period of 10 years, consistent with the sales contract addendums that they're doing right now. COA 69 also required the builder to enter into an agreement with the city stating that they will provide flood insurance to the homes still located in the floodplain. And we've included a draft of this agreement to this report. And currently, the Cactus Valley Channel is a developer-led project that is going through flood control, or through plan check with Riverside County Flood Control. And the comments for the first plan check were received back in January of 2025, and we are waiting for the developer to resubmit to flood control. I'd also like to point out that Planning Commission recommended that on April 7th, that they recommended that City Council adopt the proposed amendment for COA 69 and approve the agreement. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Questions or comments on this item that has been our thorn in our side for a long time?
Oh, yeah. I have a question. Is there a time frame for resubmittal? Is there any license, or excuse me, any permit number tied to a 2-year or a 5-year?
Not for plan check, no. If they were issued, a permit, then that would have a time limit on it, but for plan check, no.
What happens if the houses are still there and that's not finished?
In 10 years?
10 years.
Then the homeowners would be responsible for paying for the flood insurance themselves. And right now, I believe that the soonest that would expire would be 8 years. According to Richmond, I believe they provided for some homes 2 years of flood insurance already. So there's about 8 years.
And they're still on the hook, so then by that time, we would have litigation of some sort.
I don't know about that. But.
Well, I mean, if they're required to fix it, finish it. What do you think, Steve and Graham? Do you think?
Hi. Apologies, I was conferring with the city manager about the issue. In terms of potential future liability, are you speaking as to the future homeowners?
Yeah.
So, I'll give you the default response I give every time when I get asked, can the city get sued about something? The city can get sued about anything and does.
Don't say that.
I don't encourage it.
Yeah. People ideas.
But I would say in this case, the city is taking reasonable measures to ensure that all aspects of the potential effects are being addressed with the future homeowners and with the existing homeowners. The most critical part is that they are being put on notice in the first instance. So it is a required disclosure to the initial purchaser, and it is required to be disclosed to each subsequent purchaser. I know plenty of people who, when they were buying their house, just breezed right through those natural hazard disclosures. Not a great idea. Have a look at those because they do have a lot of important information in them.
Right.
But additionally, it does have the obligation of the current builder to reimburse those insurance premiums going forward for 10 years. That is a substantial commitment on behalf of the builder towards those future homeowners who, again, are voluntarily purchasing property in that floodplain. That being said, at the end of this, we are talking about the construction of a culvert under State Street that would address these issues. That is an entirely feasible thing to do. In fact, it had already been designed, and we let out a contract to have it constructed once upon a time right before COVID hit. So I don't think that it is likely that we are going to get to those 10-year expirations without having significant movement on this. But if we do, it's simply going to be the obligation of the property owners to purchase that flood insurance if required to do so under their mortgage covenants. If they don't have those mortgage covenants, then flood insurance is a voluntary act that they would decide whether they wanted to do or not.
So as long as we're okay with upholding the permit and making sure they do, and if we hit the 10-year mark, we hit the 10-year mark, I guess.
And I can assure you that we did have very robust conversations with the builder about, what our expectations are in terms of their record keeping, their notice procedures, and their communication with those homeowners. And I think that we struck a reasonable solution to the problem that is fair to all parties.
Okay.
But I mean, the long-term goal is to get the flood control improvements built. That's what's going to resolve the issue.
100%.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, entertain a motion.
Okay, let's see. Where are we?
You want me to do it?
Yeah, go for
I'm
it.
going to do short and sweet.
Okay.
Okay, I move to amend the condition of approval for number 69 for site development review and number 21020 and number 21007.
007.
And track numbers 33825, 33851, as staff has presented in our report.
I will second that.
We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Councilmember Lodge. We'll do roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Males?
Yes.
Mayor Krupa?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 24D. Could we have a staff report, please? Welcome, Chief.
Assume that PowerPoint's going to come up somewhere. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Cameron Phillips, Interim Fire Chief, City of Emmett. I'm here to bring a resolution to the City Council on our annual weed abatement project. There we go. This is an annual thing that we do every year. Touching on the background, we established this process back in 2019 to address overgrown vegetation on vacant lots, parkways, and thoroughfares, successfully reducing damage to properties and danger to the public arising from fires on these properties. We, in this process, encourage self-mitigation, so we give property owners plenty of a timeline to self-mitigate, take care of their own property and weed abatement. To prevent late-season vegetation fires, a semi-annual abatement was conducted late 2025. Sorry, next one. And this is our current timeline as we go forward with this process. In March, fire department staff identified various properties with weed overgrowth and property ownership. We have a list of approximately 400 APNs affected. April 14th is tonight, and we are hopeful that you will adopt a resolution to begin our first weed abatement cycle for this year. Tomorrow morning, letters will be sent out to the property owners to indicate that their properties are in need of abatement. And then 2 weeks after, on the 28th of April, we hold a public hearing to discuss weed abatement. May 31st, so it'll be some 6 weeks after they've been notified, they have a deadline to have the abatement completed. June 30th, the first round of abatement is completed by the city contractors. That's the ones that don't self-mitigate, that we have to send our contractor out to take care of, and the properties billed after. And then finally, in first part of July, 1st of July, final verification of any outstanding properties, and all the invoices are sent to the property owners that had services rendered by the contractors. That these are the properties that they didn't do themselves. And the cycle repeats itself in the fall. In September, we will identify the properties in need again. This is seasonal, so it depends on rain and conditions, but these are generally the timelines. October 1, the letters are sent to property owners. October 31st is a deadline for the property owners
to self-abate. November 16th, the second round of abatement is completed by the city contractor if needed. And then that same month in November, we verify any outstanding properties, and invoices are sent to the property owners for the services rendered by our contractor and request full payment. And again, there has been some discussion regarding moving some of these timelines around. And I'm ready to field questions and discussion. But we have to keep in mind that seasonal variations really affect this. Not only growth, but the operations at which a contractor can actually disc the property. It can't be too muddy, so it needs to be more dry for them to accomplish the goal. So anyway, I'm open for any discussion or questions that you all may have.
Okay. Is this the same timeline we've had in prior years?
Yes, it is.
Are we in sync, so to say, with what the county does on county weed abatement, or?
Yeah, yes,
So
we are.
it is, everybody does it approximately the same time?
Within range, again, it's seasonal, but yes.
Okay, thank you. Council members, do you have any questions?
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you find homes or commercial buildings that you have to clean up every time this happens, every time?
Yeah, there are different properties that rise to the top at the end of the game, and that we have to send our contractor out to actually do.
Yeah.
So there are,
So they use the city as a cleanup for their properties every year, or?
I'm sorry?
Do they use the city to clean up their properties every year?
Well, in
or-
some case, but we collect for that. So their invoice, that property owner via APN is billed. So if they don't pay that back, it's tied out of their property tax.
Oh, okay.
So one way or another, we get the money.
You get it back,
Yeah.
okay.
May not come
With
right-
interest if it takes a year or so?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Don't know that either. Any other questions or comments for the chief?
No. I think this is just very, very needed. I actually requested that we do this 3 times a year. Because if you look out there right now, there is a lot of dangerous growth already. And I would like to see it 3 times a year. Maybe not winter, but I think we should have it once a quarter for spring, summer, and fall.
Yeah, I can say this, that there has been some internal discussions in the fire department recently about maybe going to a height spec, where that action could be taken dependent on growth rather than by calendar, like we've been doing for years and years. But that,
Because we've already had wildfires in our county, very near us.
Right.
And San Jacinto just had one a while ago. And I go by houses, and they've got tall grass right up to their front door. They don't mow their lawns, they don't pick their weeds, and it's a hazard for everybody. So it's not just property owners out of town that don't look at their property. It's our citizens also that really need to take care of their property. And, it's twofold. It's a safety thing, but it's also an aesthetic-looking thing. That, one of my goals is to help clean up the city. So please, people, pull your weeds.
Mayor?
and these letters will go out tomorrow, so we should start seeing some activity in the coming short weeks with some of these properties around here. But some, like Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, they'll be at the end. There was always some of those. So, yeah.
Mayor, I have a comment. I had actually we've been talking a little bit like every 6 months. I like that height idea, only because I know I have one resident that is always asking, because there is a large lot that has big tumbleweeds, and that would satisfy their needs right away, because, to wait for the next abatement may or may not. I mean, I know she's had a lot of money put into her home. So I agree with that, even if it's every 6 months or a little sooner. But I know our Hemet residents do not care about the fireworks. And that on my house at where I live, it's like 4th of July is full force in every direction, and I see every year a fire truck going down San Jacinto, and fireworks are going off over the fire truck. And I know they're going to a fire, and the lot across the street is still high, and that's July 4th. So that's why I was thinking a little sooner, like if we started in February. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I just don't know what the answer is, but it sure isn't leaving it.
Why don't we just jump in with the height requirement and make that a standard? That way, everybody's even across the board.
Well, again, that's definitely a concept worth exploring, but at this point, right now, I think we need to stay the course with this particular plan. But we're not opposed to looking at different ideas on moving it date-wise or looking at height.
Yeah.
But at this point,
We just need to get it going.
Yeah.
it's
All
pretty
right.
much too late to do that.
So we could make a motion to approve this going forward and direct staff to start seriously looking at a height requirement for the letters to go out.
I respectfully recommend that we adopt the resolution of the City Council for seasonal and reoccurrent nuisance pursuant to Government Code Section 39560 relating to weeds, rubbish, and refuse upon parkways, private property within the city of Hemet.
I second that.
And direct,
And direct,
Oh,
I didn't do it all. And direct Hemet, City of Hemet Fire Department to process with the letters.
well, and
And look
at the
into other
height-
ideas.
Height requirement.
Height requirement, yeah.
Okay. Where I was going.
Okay, is that your motion?
That is.
Okay.
That's second. And what's?
Are you seconding, Tom?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please do roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Councilmember Lodge. We'll do roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Lodge?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Males?
Yes.
Mayor Krupa?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now, we are on to city council and staff reports, and we are going back into closed session when we are down here. So is your prerogative to do your reports now, to delay them completely this time, or to make them very short?
I would like to delay them at this time because we got to get back to closed session.
Yeah, I concur.
Can I do a real quick thank you? Okay.
Okay, you did it. Bye.
Where are you going?
Right here.
Okay.
So, Captain Prieto? Hello? This was part of my presentation tonight. This is for Captain Baker. Oh, okay. His socks were holding. He needed them. This is for Chief Phillips' wife's birthday. And these are thank yous to yourself and to Sam who are doing the Fire Explorer Academy. You did a phenomenal job, and we learned a lot.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, for those of you, the fire department put on a statewide Fire Explorer camp at Station 4 and other stations, and several of us actually attended the graduation a week ago Saturday, and it was spectacular. 109 or 100 and something explorers from around the state were down here, plus their support crews, and it was phenomenal. So thank you, Hemet Fire. That was a great thing. So we're going to skip the rest of us and go right to the city attorney.
City manager.
Or city manager, I'm sorry, you've had your turn.
Just a brief, just 2 items real quick. Hemet Beautiful, our community day of service. This is where we roll up our sleeves, we pick weeds, we paint fences, we plant. This is an event that has been a part of the community for several years. We're getting together on Saturday, April 25th. That's a week from Saturday. You can sign up on the city's website at hemetca.gov. And we will be meeting at West Valley High School at 7:30. And we do need people to pre-register so we can send an assignment out to them and have that organized. So we're trying to complete our final details on that. So I think we're at 160 people volunteering and growing. We'd love to have you participate as well. And finally, keep an eye out for hemet365.com. This is a digital community calendar that we're building. It's reaching its final stages of preparation and implementation. And if you plan an event in Hemet, this is a free platform for you, and we want you to participate in this calendar event. So whether you're a school or a church or a service club or anyone that throws an event, we want your events on hemet365.com. It's available for anyone in the valley, whether it's in Hemet, San Jacinto, the unincorporated area, Soboba. We want everyone on that calendar. Thanks so much.
Okay. Jackie, did you want to say one more thing?
By popular demand from the mayor, who is a board member of Ramona Bowl, I'm on the ad hoc, and I go to their meetings as well. And this weekend is the start of the Ramona pageant. It'll run consecutively for 3 weekends. It is California's official state play. It is the longest running outdoor play in the nation. It's beautiful, it's wonderful, and we want everybody to come out and enjoy the play this year. So thank you.
Very good. And I'm going to make one comment on the agenda for closed session, that the item we are going to be discussing in part is for the city manager recruitment. And, you know, we put out an RFP, and with a matter of, 9 days, we received 12 firms that responded who want to help in the search for a new city manager. So if we could keep you, we would. But here we are. So we are now adjourning to recessing to closed session. Thank you all for coming, and our next meeting will be April 24th, right here in these chambers, and it'll probably be a long one. There's a lot on the agenda. Thank you all for being here.